Hi, George.
You see me?
Yeah,
There you go. I can see you. You're a little fuzzy.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, I got a question for you.
Yes.
What are we doing with the summer?
What's your call? That we normally don't have meetings in July
Yeah,
and
I
August.
figured that.
Yeah.
So is it a break or what?
Yeah, it's pretty much a break, I think. Yeah.
Okay. There's a lot of organizations are starting to map how to or whether to or if to return to live meetings now.
Yeah.
Okay. Most of them intend to at least keep Zoom meetings and perhaps no live meetings at all. Okay. That's what's kind of going on. Or to have a hybrid model.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a few of those around now. One of the interesting organizations is the Kansas City NRHS never stopped having live meetings at all. And they instead added Zoom as a feature.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Now,
there's
see,
a few.
are they at a facility that has the
Yeah.
capability of,
There-
yeah. See,
there-
remember, we normally meet at people's homes.
Yeah.
So it depends. Now, like I say, a couple years ago, we actually had a meeting in my home where we actually used, I forget what those Zooms, maybe Skype at the time. And we actually brought in some modelers from Australia.
Okay.
And it sort of works out with the time difference that our Friday evening sessions are basically Saturday morning down there.
Okay. Well, anyway, so for the immediate future, no meetings of any kind until September. Is that what I understand?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Number two, would you be interested, or I'm saying this third way because you guys are going to have to call them.
Yeah.
Were you at the trolleyology there in May? By
No, I think I didn't sit in for, I sat in for the trolleyologies, I think some of the early ones, but the
okay.
most recent ones I haven't.
The guy that runs Friends of Philadelphia Trolleys, what's his name there? Donahue?
Yeah, Harry Donahue, I guess.
Yeah. He and Matt Non had a very good show. It's tailor made for you guys. You might want to pursue that to redo it on EPTC.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I guess I saw that. Is that where they talked about their work and going around the various museums and doing work on PCCs? And I'm very much like interested in that. I was involved in that. And that's something I wanted to see. But I think I forgot to mark it on my calendar, or there maybe was a scheduling conflict or so.
Okay. I got to get a hold of them. I simply haven't had time. I'm not going to have much time of any kind till the end of June because the outfit that I work for, we're under contract until July 1st. Okay. And there's a big push just to get everything done because it was put back so long by the pandemic.
Yeah.
So I'm making double time now. I'm hardly home at all.
Yeah.
But anyway, when I get to July, I'll be able to talk to Donahue because he needs education, if you will, about what at SEPTA they used to call the GOH program.
Yeah, the GOH. Yeah. Yeah.
When they did the PCC cars back in the 80s. Okay.
Yeah.
Because they're seeing a lot of history because he's taking care of all the cars now. He really should learn about their history a little bit. He's kind of guessing at a lot of things, or outside experts, and anyway, so now he's doing a fabulous job. Okay. So what I was thinking is what I'm going to try to put together is a piece. Maybe I can send it to you guys if you want to put it in there. I can write up the history of the GOH program as it was in the 80s. And, I can bring everything up to 1991. That's as far as I go with my records here.
Yeah.
Okay. So guys like him and you guys, actually, if you want, it's kind of a service. I don't know if anybody figured out exactly whatever happened with every PCC after 1991. They're all over the world, I think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And which ones are
See-
where and which ones
See,
survive.
and they redid some. So basically, the ones that had the GE brake solenoids, they replaced them with the Wabco. So basically, they rewired the cars and basically changed the cams. Because like the 1947 cars, those GE can type actuators,
Yeah.
they're basically applied by power.
Which ones are these?
The brake actuators, the one that look like a can,
Yeah.
the ones that were on the Kansas City cars in our 2700s.
Yeah.
The way they work, they had like a brake reset.
Yeah.
So there was like a little spring and a little flapper inside.
Yeah.
And that's why when you power the car up, there was this little holding coil had power, but it didn't have enough power to overcome the spring. So what you did, there was a brake reset, which applied the solenoids for the brakes.
Yeah.
And what it did, it latched the spring up with this holding coil. So then when you release the brakes are off.
So is this a standard GOH or
No, this is the way they were before. Then the 1948 cars, they had the Wabco actuators. And the Wabcos were spring applied, power released.
Okay.
So when they did the GOH, they converted all the cars to the Wabco actuators.
Yep.
So the 2700s, they actually had to redo the cams and the brake controller because they were set up to basically apply power when you put on the brake.
So in other words, they messed them up. That's what you're saying.
Well, they didn't necessarily mess them up, but they changed them, but it was different. See, and then they got rid of the brake release because they were more complicated. If you didn't know how the car worked, those 1947 cars, the 2700s, you basically would burn out the brake linings. Like if the power went off, you lost the MG power, the parking brake spring would come on, but the car had enough power to overcome it, and you basically would burn out the linings, and then you wound up having no shaft brakes.
Okay. Sounds like you know a lot about this stuff. Did you work on them or something? Or
Well, I worked on them at the museum.
okay.
And I'm interested in electrical stuff and all.
Of course.
That's my interest. Yeah.
What museum are you talking about? Baltimore or?
No, the Penn's Landing, like Cansboro.
Oh, okay.
And then see, now we're up in Scranton. So eventually we hope to get the 2054 running.
I should get a hold of your I don't have an email or anything. Oh, yes, I do. I got an email for you, right? Was it PRTC or something?
PTC 17. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll email. We should talk on the phone, as they say.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have your phone number.
Yeah. See, so I was active getting the PCCs running, the cars running, you know, we had the Red Arrow St. Louis down at Penn's Landing.
Yeah.
So
See,
I have
when David Gunn was the general manager at SEPTA, I was sort of like the liaison for a lot of that stuff. Okay. And David Gunn, he would have his own people, as quote unquote, his own people. Those were usually the people he brought back from Boston to Philly when he went down there. Okay.
Yeah.
You roll your eyes. That's what a lot of people said back then.
Yeah.
So he got to know a few people at SEPTA that he could get to trust, one of whom was Bob Hughes.
Yeah. Yes. You know, I've known Bob Hughes for years there. Yeah.
But anyway, the point is the spec that they had to develop so that SEPTA could do it in-house, it had to be standardized. It was based on the PCC project that he had designed and managed in Boston until he left in 78. Okay.
Yeah.
And that in turn was based on the original, what's called the HRB heavy rebuild. That's what it meant. That was in Toronto between 73 and 76. That's where it started. Okay.
Yeah.
So the point is that spec is standard no matter what the model previously had for features, everything had to be basically the same. Okay. But the only difference was it was cheaper then and now, as long as they could get the parts, not to have to completely change the structure of the car. So in other words, if you had a GE, the framing on the GE is set up a certain way for the commutator system.
Yeah.
And if you had the accelerator, the frame is set up for an accelerator. You follow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So rather than have to go through the trouble of, reconstructing the frame and so forth, then it makes it not worth. And they were able to get the parts for a GE system. It wasn't by GE, I don't think. It was probably a shop somewhere in Philly made them. And Westinghouse was the same way. They put it out for bids. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think. I guess they did the Westinghouse ones first.
Well, 2100 was the first car. You remember that?
Yeah. See, they did the Westinghouse cars first because
Well,
the low numbers were Westinghouse, the high numbers were GE.
Yeah, I got the list of when they did them and where they were done and all that kind of stuff.
For both the 21 and the 2700s.
Well, one day, the guy at Everett Shops up here is complaining about how little facility they have at Everett Shops to do 2 PCC cars at a time. It's like nothing, okay? They do buses there, but they got nothing for rail vehicles at all. Yeah. How did you guys get the facilities for this stuff? And I said, well, let me show you. So I went on Google and I did a overhead of West Wyoming Avenue. The Wyoming headquarters of SEPTA.
Yeah.
Okay. If you look on the Google picture, look in the back, down the back, you can see where the 2 bays were.
Well, that was Cortland, but that was a problem for years. That basically was just a track shop. When NCL came in, that facility was really too small for the fleet they had.
There was no facilities at all, so they had to make them on the fly for Cortland shops. Okay, do 2 cars at a time, basically the same thing. It was all on site, and in fact, that's what I was telling them. What they used to do, they'd take a retired PCC for the type they were working on. And they take a junker and they put it at Cortland shops there and just sit it outside on the shop outside, on the apron, and they'd be taking the parts off that if they could use them to move inside. Then they had the shop getting to rebuilding the components as things got going. It went step by step by step. It was like a locomotive trying to build momentum. Okay, and of course by the end when they had Woodland shops, they were finishing a whole car in 6 weeks. Start to stop. Okay. That was probably I was there. I got the pictures that I took. It was at the end of 1985. And that's when the project was winding down. Okay. By then I wasn't even at SEPTA anymore. I was up in New York by then, but I happened to make arrangements with, might have even been Russ Jackson. I forget, but I took a little tour around Cortland shops just to see the PCC GOH project, just to preserve it on film, because in the days when I used to go there early on the project, they didn't want any cameras there. They didn't want anything there. Okay. And it was
I took a couple tours of Cortland, in the PTC days. So I'm familiar of it, but basically it was a very small shop.
Yeah.
It really was too small because NCL came in and closed down the big Kensington shop.
Yeah. So anyway, the point is today, the guy at Everett sort of takes to heart because he sees those pictures of the tiny little shop at Cortland.
Yeah.
That was 40 years ago now? And I said, that's all they had down there. That's how it all started. And that's the same job that you guys are doing with the little facilities you had. It's not new and it can be done, So it kind of helped a little,
Now,
Anyway.
Is there a new Everett shop? Is that the original shop that they've had for a number of years? Because I was up there and got a tour of Everett shops in like the 60s.
Everett shops like Cortland was the shop system.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Cortland actually, like you say, that was for buses. That was the what do you call it? NCL.
Well, when NCL came in, Cortland under PTC, that was the track shop.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what was there.
Well, Everett Shops did all the rolling stock on the system from 1919 till 1976, everything. Every rapid transit car, street cars, you name it. Then after 1976, they pulled them out and they never came back. And then it's all buses ever since. So they still have, like, for example, the 2 bays where they're doing the PCC cars, they have rail in them, but they haven't had street cars on them now since the 1950s. They don't know what to do.
Yeah, I know it's an isolated shop there, but see,
Yeah.
but it's when I was there, the shop, it was when the elevated went there.
Yeah. Well, that's a long time ago. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what they did at Everett, they designed I call it a bogey. I don't know what they call it. It's a rubber tired truck of some kind that it fits on the kingpin, and they shove the thing around with a forklift all around the shop. That's how they move the PCC cars around.
Well, see, what I was always impressed by, that very surprised that the PTC shops, even in like the car barns,
Mm-hmm.
they all had dual overhead cranes.
Mm-hmm.
So you had the dual overhead cranes and you could lift up both ends of the car.
Yeah.
At the same. When I went to Boston, all their shops, they seemed to just have one overhead crane and they had to pick up one end, and then they put it on some broken down, like,
Yeah, that's possible.
jury rig sawhorse or so. Then they moved the crane back and picked up the other end.
Yep.
To do it.
So,
And it
so
looked very
later
primitive
on, much like
compared to what PRT had engineered, and
Yeah.
in the 1910s there when they built Woodland and Callahill, they all had dual overhead cranes, and they could move the 2 cranes and pick up both ends of the car at the same time. And went to because I guess what's Reservoir, they basically just had these glorified sawhorses holding up
I
cars.
mean, the original Reservoir, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the original Reservoir was built with the streetcar itself in 1890, and I don't think any improvements generally were ever made to it till it closed in 1982.
Yeah.
Okay. But what happened was, of course, at the T, kind of like SEPTA, they built facilities for every line that are captive. So you got a red line shop,
Yeah.
an orange line shop,
Yeah.
a blue line shop,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
Until 76, you had everything at Everett. That was where
Yeah.
all the major overhaul work
Yeah.
was done for everything. Okay. Like I said, since then it's just buses, and it's about half the size now what it used to be.
Okay.
Okay. But anyway, the point is with the GOH, well, David Gunn didn't do it. He had a bunch of guys that did it, that came down south, and they, if they had a question, they'd call a SEPTA person like Bob Hughes and say, hey, what's this? Sort of, oh, Bruce Moffett, look at this. Royal Company here. Ta-da!
Hi, George.
I can't see you.
Oh, that's because it's dark. If I can figure out how to turn on there we go. We start.
Are you?
Go. Okay, there I am.
Hey, you made it back from Duluth, huh?
Yeah, Minneapolis was closed. I mean, really. The trolley lines, Como Harriet line and all that, they won't open until maybe July. Memorial Day, Minneapolis was like, everything was closed, absolutely everything. But there
Really?
were 3-car trains on each line every 10 minutes, whether you needed them or not.
Wow.
Duluth was hopping. Saw them switching in Mason City.
Yeah.
Got some pictures there.
Okay. So while I got you, third party, no, Nicholas says something about CERA is going to have 2 meetings a month or something like that.
Yeah. One meeting is for members only, and the other one's for everybody.
And one is only going to be Zoom and the other one's only live. Is that the deal?
No. At this point, they're both Zoom.
So no live meetings at all.
No, and I don't know, frankly, why Mr. Nicholson is doing 2. It's like, You got to find twice as many programs. Good luck with that. You know, of all, I did every job at CERA there was, with the exception of one, and
Yep.
that was finding meetings.
Okay. No, the reason I asked, because we're kind of doing a little, we're trying to do a status check here going into the summer, okay? That's what I was saying to Mr. Long here. They don't do anything during the summer. The BSRA is basically only going to go to one live meeting a year, which is going to be the BSRA annual convention. That's it.
Wow.
And it won't start till October of 2022. Okay. ERA is probably going to do the same thing. And we're just trying to figure out who's doing what, and if we're going to do hybrids, how you're going to do that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
At this point, they
It's
can't get a meeting room, so
yeah. It is the death knell for 35 millimeter entertainment, for sure. Okay. There's just no way to do slides. They tried in Cincinnati and it didn't work out well.
train the camera at the screen.
You can't see, the Zoom camera can't adjust to the contrast of the slide as it's projected.
Yeah.
Unless it's digitized, okay? If it's trying to show you from the screen, you get a big explosion of light, and then it has to kind of adjust a few seconds later. And then by the time they've adjusted it, they're moving on to the second picture, you get another explosion. It's kind of the way it works, okay?
When you do video, Zoom sometimes tends to freeze or pixelate because you're trying to pull all this data and they're being cheap.
And also with the presenter, you can't really hear what they're saying because they have to be speaking right into the laptop or something like that, which of course they don't. So they had a really nice show. The guy was 80 something years old. He had original Kodachromes from 1940.
Yeah.
It looked great when they were in Cincinnati, but we really couldn't see it well in Zoom world here, you know? Anyway.
Oh, so they didn't digitize the slides then.
No, the guy wouldn't do that because the people that own the slides, they have to have the right to not let them out of their attention, you know? They have to go to a shop or they have to go to somebody's house or something like that. This guy, he's in his 80s. Like I said, he started taking slides when he was 12 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So he's not going to give those slides away to do anything to him. And he doesn't know about computers or anything else. He could care less. If you want to see them, you got to show them live in a projector, the way God intended. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, keep me apprised what's going on for the calendar and whatever else. We'll try to stay ahead of how things are developing, because by September, I'm suspecting most of these organizations, they're going to change their format or, you know, whatever. Okay. So it's going to require some contact together to see what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, I don't expect the groups out here to pivot that fast.
Yeah.
Some will not pivot back to live at all.
Yeah.
So
that's what's going on so far. The Zoom has got it all, you know. That's why Bradley says he said he doesn't understand why we should go to any live meetings at all. And last night they had the directors meeting and they were already getting a lot of feedback, shall we say, from members that, you know, that have been going there for a long time. Well, I want to be able to meet people at least once a year, if not even that much. You know?
Right. You know, because that's the problem with Zoom. It's like a party line, but only two people can be conversing at the same time. Yeah. So you don't get to see your friends or have a side conversation. You're just all just watching.
Yeah.
Right.
You'll be watching a video. On TV.
Plus the BSRA doesn't have a venue. They got to figure out where, how, and who. They got to figure out how to pay for it. Yeah. If they do have a live venue, then they're going to hire an AV guy to come in to wire it up for Zoom, if it can be. Okay.
Actually, where they were doing it, they have computer access right there, because all you're doing is plugging your laptop into, you know, a 5G line or something like that. You don't need the AV guy, although maybe for that one guy with the hotel or something. Plugging in a microphone.
But I think this has been going on for like 50 years. the teleconferencing is going to be the next best, greatest thing. And that's going to take over the world and people are going to have these and nobody's going to have to travel anymore. And like I say, this has been going on, I think it's close to 50 years now, but I think psychologically, we're not wired that way and it really doesn't work. You have to have this personal interaction.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And just give at CERA, one of the jobs I had to do was round up the committees every year. I needed 5 people for a nominating committee, 3 for an audit, and 2 for ballot counting every year. And my successors tried to just send out like a little email to everyone. Hey, how about, volunteering? You get no responses. You have to work the room and corner people. That's how you do it. And the same goes with programs. You get to know them and who has what, and they know you. And it's awful hard to say no when you're boxed into a corner. It's not the same. You need some personal interaction. There's no two ways. And even video conferencing, even at work, it was really overrated. I got a lot more done by running into people in the hall.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, here come the hordes. So anyway, I'll be in touch with Mr. Long there about making a phone call sometime, okay?
Who's a horde?
Email.
Who's a horde? Who are you calling hordes? Hey,
Take care.
Okay.
Hi, Charlie.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, Charlie,
Yeah,
I updated the map to that we had for the meet, the one with the racetrack on it. It had an arrow there to go to the evening presentation, and I don't think we're doing that.
no.
I updated, I just sent it to Adam.
Hi, Bob.
Krista, how are you?
Okay.
Good. You look like you're ready for summer.
Yeah. Well, it'll be the high 80s or 90s on Saturday and Sunday. So, hey.
Yeah.
I got more Atlantic City on the brain from the emails I was trading. I went and watched that video, Atlantic City Charlie Days, again this afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wonder if Rich has that.
I don't know, but our speaker tonight took some of the pictures, Russ Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah. I've had enough of Atlantic City for a while.
Okay.
Oh, make this work. How do we do that? How do we do that? Can you make a decal? Can you paint it?
Oh, gotcha. Right. Yeah.
So
Cram
now,
all that stuff in there. Yeah.
now he's working on Johnstown car.
Okay.
And so now I gotta help him figure out how to paint the front of the Johnstown car. It's got those
Oh,
curves.
orange.
Huh?
Oh, I thought you said how to paint it. I was gonna say.
Yeah. Or,
Because that brings up that other subject that you talk about, and I've heard many traction buffs over the years talk about, is the shade just right for this color and all that. I would say the
we could
Johnstown
talk all
cars
day
were
long.
orange. Oh, but is it a little darker or a little white?
That's Rich.
It's true. You gotta wonder. But
And now which Johnstown car is he doing?
318 or something like that. I don't know. He got a
I mean, a PCC car or the
No,
conventional car,
no,
the double
no.
truck Bernie?
no, it's a double-ended car with the Pepsi sign. That's all I know.
Yeah,
But the front of it has got this black line, curves in like that,
yeah.
and it has a circle or something. And that black line that has all those curves in it separates the orange from the white. So how do you deal with
Well, I
that?
think it's a cream, right? It's a cream, not a white.
I know. We'll do it white. We don't care. I don't care. All
But
right.
see, but that's the issue. A lot of the pictures, when you see them, the stuff's faded, so a lot of the cream looks white.
So if you do it in white, it's faded. I can't help it.
Yeah.
I have been doing a lot of that kind of stuff lately. Nobody ever questions it anyway.
yeah, except to wonder what it was like. And the reason they're wondering is it's hard to get pictures. A lot of them are in black and white, and
Yeah.
the ones that aren't, then you have the other variable of how true was the film to begin with.
Yeah.
See,
Well-
and then there's the issue that on our small models, the colors look different than they look at the real ones there. So you really have to compensate. You know,
Because you're
see, it's
indoors
really-
and all, yeah.
Yeah, see, it's really more of an art than a science. You have to, so it has to look.
Even the photographs of the prototype, what was the weather like that day?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And because I thought one of the worst things was Jack Durr had, I guess, that O scale PCC car that he painted with actual paints they got from like Cortland shop.
Yeah,
And that car didn't look right at all. The colors didn't look right at all
yeah,
because the smaller area and the lighting, you know, the artificial lighting in the typical basement that it isn't as bright sunlight or so.
yeah.
The cream and all really didn't look right on that car. It looked way too yellow.
And I think there's also matters, sometimes there's slight variations between the patches of paint.
Oh yeah, well the paint ages over the years, especially as older paints that they used.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I meant not just the models, but the prototypes.
That's what I mean, a prototype.
Yeah.
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 And I have the advantage that everything in Pittsburgh is filthy. So it don't matter what I put on there.
Just enough red, enough cream. You know?
Uh-huh.
Or the British expression for that colors, for those colors, are blood and custard.
Maybe, Bob, if you did the Army recruiting PCC with the camouflage paint, you
There you
wouldn't
go.
have to worry about weathering.
Yeah. But I'm not going to that.
I like the story about that one, although I guess it's not all that nice. It was in too many collisions because people
Yeah.
didn't see it at the grade crossings and stuff.
Oh, that shows you that camouflage works.
Yeah. Although I thought to put the headlight on, but I don't know.
Or those alternating strobe lights like they've got on modern locomotives when they go to crossings. Except that Santa Fe doesn't use those. Amtrak uses them, and Norfolk Southern and CSX. They use those alternating lights that I don't know if it's automatic when they blow the whistle that whatever. I think that's an attention getter for a driver
Yeah.
in the crossing area. Let's see what we're doing here.
Again, 150 plus nights probably of cooking, possible lunches too during the day, and this little under 1 ounce stove is still kicking and working.
Bob, are you planning to bring modules up to the meet in
Yeah.
October?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my loop module. It's got the house on it. And I got a new one. I'm building the neighborhood where I grew up. So I'm gonna bring
Right.
those.
I like to see those in person. That's great.
Yeah.
John, I guess on your note, I think I saw you're looking for transportation. You're getting rid of your van and you're looking for transportation for your module.
Yeah, my Dodge
Yeah.
has served me well. It's a 2002 and it's sitting on the driveway. I've taken the plates off of it and
Yeah.
I'm gonna call a charity the next week and donate it. My Toyota Highlander doesn't have the storage width. My module's 4 feet on. It's a triangle, but it's 4 feet. No matter which way you turn it, it's 4 feet wide.
Yeah.
And so I can't get it into my Toyota. So I'll just rent a truck for the weekend.
Well, see, or the other thing is, I understand, I guess I haven't confirmed it with him, but I understand that David Gallagher is moving from North Jersey. Dave and Suzanne I think, are getting a house in Sewell,
That's right near me, yes.
which isn't far from you, I guess.
No, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah. See,
But
the
then-
only, yeah, because now I don't know where in Sewell. See, and the only thing, the connotation I have of Sewell is when I was a kid in North Philadelphia, the city used to collect, the rubbish and the trash, but there was a separate garbage collection. And basically it was, I think, pig farmers from down in South Jersey would come in and collect the garbage in the city.
I remember
And
that.
sterilize, yeah. And all those trucks all said Sewell, New Jersey. So the connection I have, Sewell, New Jersey, means to me like stinky garbage trucks.
Yeah, prior to them, the state legislature wanted to block Philadelphia garbage trucks from coming and using the landfills in New Jersey. And the city or the trash collectors, whoever, took the state of New Jersey to court, and the court found that that was an inhibition to interstate commerce, that you couldn't stop someone from transporting garbage to another state. And so the state of New Jersey said, oh, okay. And so what they did was all landfills are now municipal. They're government run. And that got around the law.
Yeah, but I think that was like landfill, but this wasn't like going to landfills. This wasn't the trash.
Yeah.
This was, I think, the farmers actually using, it was more like compost
Yeah.
waste. They would compost it and use it.
Well, we do in New Jersey here. We have three trucks come to the street: the standard trash truck, the recycling truck, and the yard waste, I guess you would call it, or yard materials.
Yeah.
And it's really good because you can get rid of anything except a great big log. Don't take that, but I just cut stuff up. And I have a shredder and I can shred branches and that. It's really good. During that period that we were having all those trash trucks coming over here, I was going to start a campaign to change our license plate from the garden state to the garbage state. But
No, what Charlie's talking about, as I recall, it's food waste. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about that.
That ended around 1966, but
Yeah, see, this is before people had garbage disposals.
Yeah, that's before I came to New Jersey.
Yeah.
In fact, that was the period where the trolleys were at is it Channesburg or what's the name of it?
Hansborough.
Hansborough.
Yeah, Tansboro. Or Jonestown.
That was later, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Wonder if any are still there or what's left of them, they're hulks or. Cause I thought some just really deteriorated away.
If this program tonight is too long, you can blame Rich. He doesn't like time limits.
Well, no, I mean, it doesn't have to be the Baton Death March, but, you know, an hour and a half to 2 hour program is fine.
Gluttons for punishment, you guys are.
No. How are you, Russ?
I managed to get on.
Okay, that's a beautiful thing. Showing up is 90%.
Oh, let me double check my email, see if this.
Yeah, I'm ready to go whenever.
It'll be
And
because, you know,
to see everybody.
yeah.
I went nuts trying to find the newsletter so I could get on. It got buried under another piece of paper.
Don't you get it electronically? Oh,
Sure.
I wound up doing that.
yeah.
And that was easy then. It was just hit the link.
Incidentally, it was a Woody Allen quote, and it was 80% of life is showing up.
Okay, I missed it by 10%.
That's
pretty
right.
close.
What can you do?
I know it was Woody Allen. He also said that sudden death is nature's way of telling you to slow down.
Yes.
And when he was in the one movie where he's interviewed by the psychiatrist who asked him, "Do you think sex is dirty?" He said, "If you do it right."
Aha. Okay.
Hi, Russ. How you doing?
George,
Yeah.
Jack, why don't you, Jack mute? Jack mute.
I have
Jack,
no
unmute
news
yourself.
about what the, I have no news about SEPTA at all. Maybe somebody can tell me what the heck's going on, but I give up.
He sounds like somebody that's retired from the industry.
I guess everybody knows that as of tomorrow, there is no suburban trolley service until what, September?
No, I didn't know that.
What are they doing?
Well, that's a good question. They're doing stuff. They're working on tracks and they're working on that. No specific details, but they're shutting
Changing the
down.
air in the tires of the buses?
Who knows? They're shutting down the 2 suburban trolleys for what, 2 months? And I guess you could argue that it doesn't matter that it's going to take 20 minutes longer to get to media or anything like that, because anybody out there who has any alternatives long ago stopped using the trolleys. So I don't, you go on the website of SEPTA and try to find out what they're going to do, and they talk about doing some tie work and some wire work and nothing specific that would require 2 months. So
And I heard from somebody, Russ, that they're working on, I guess, the signal system again.
well, you don't shut down for 2 months to install positive train control. However, who knows? It's not a bad idea to put it out there because they really don't have much of a signal system. So I know they have money set aside to put positive train control on Media Sharon Hill. Can't argue against it. It's a safety feature. But you shouldn't have to take 2 months to do that.
Did COVID affect the ridership up there
Yep.
a lot?
Who knows?
Well, I mean, people crowding on trolleys, you know, might have been considered a negative
Well,
during the pandemic.
that's
Not sure I
everywhere.
heard the question.
That's
Yeah,
everywhere.
right, everywhere, right.
I think the one that's taken the biggest hit is the regional rail.
Well, you can see it.
Yeah, well, they are much more work at home people than people that use Media Sharon Hill.
Yeah. A lot of media Sharon Hill is school kids too. You know, it's a school bus system.
There's not too much.
Yeah,
anything.
but no school in the summer, so.
Right.
You want a punch to the stomach or not? I want to try it again. No, you don't. Give it to me.
And
Ow!
We're witnessing a crime?
I'm wondering. And I guess most people have seen the article about now they got to figure out what they're going to do because they lost the GE plant property on Elmwood Avenue for a new shopping yard. And so now they're talking about somewhere down near the end of the 36 down there in Southwest Philly, someplace on swampland.
Eastwick.
Eastwick, yes. So I give up trying to figure out what those people are up to.
Something about open land from the educational department or something like that?
Don't know.
No, George, I think it's
I
part of,
understand, yeah.
it's part
It's
of,
down, it's down the back, it's down the back part of what used to be Eastwick.
yeah, but there's sort of a poorly performing shopping mall there.
Well,
Right.
it's behind that.
Yeah.
It's in the wildlands behind that.
Yeah.
See, I think you're talking about an area that's actually, I think, below sea level.
Yeah.
It very well could be, yeah. I think all they're using it for is the storage of school buses.
Well, don't get me started.
That's what we're trying to do, Russ.
Yeah.
Pushing those buttons, man.
I think the people who, I don't know how many of you have seen the plan for this whole thing for the trolley system. It was there. I have it on PDF. You can download it. And it looks like it's put together by a bunch of people who have no practical experience in the business and just sitting down and coming up with all these great ideas. Basically, if Toronto did it, we can do it. So you just go down.
I have a question now. If they don't know what type of car they're using, why are they designing a barn?
Oh, they know what they want. They want an 80-foot car.
Right.
Okay, it's like a Type 7,
Mm-hmm.
which is an articulated Kawasaki, really. And so they've chosen an 80-foot car, and I don't know if there's any real paperwork behind this, which ties into how many seats per hour you get with this type of car, that type of car. It's a very complex problem because you got to work in the subway as well as on the street. And so I don't know where that's all headed. But they need
Right into the wall, usually.
Yeah, they need a new yard and shop because the cars are too big. And I guess you shut Elmwood down completely and scrap it. And even Woodland won't take an 80-foot car. So what are you going to do? Scrap Woodland? These facilities are only 40 years old.
Yeah.
But so it looks like the idea is, well, you go down to your local trolley dealer and buy a trolley. Okay. So I have no idea where they're going to wind up. But it just a lot of it makes no sense to me, and I don't know where they're headed.
You have a wonderful sense of humor. Keep going with that.
Yeah, you got to look for the humor, otherwise you go nuts.
That's correct.
That's the only way to stay sane, is to find the humor.
There you go.
I love Sid Caesar. I loved all the comedians. And that's what you got to do.
Up here, they're telling us they have to store 10% of the new fleet for the Red Line before they even use it. Because the ridership has fallen so much, they're not going to need the 252 cars they bought.
Well, how about they're buying double-deck commuter cars for people that aren't there?
Yeah.
If you build it, they won't come.
Yeah.
So they're talking about converting some of the red line back to the orange line again, because the orange line may need more, a few more anyway.
Yeah,
But
well,
it's a mess.
George,
The whole thing's a mess.
What's the status of the Leechmere? Is that close to ready?
Union Square is opening in October. They're hoping to get the second branch by the end of January.
good.
So Union Square is a for sure. Okay.
At least Boston, is doing.
No, I haven't.
You know, if you look at the situation that SEPTA's in right now, you got 40-year-old trolleys. You've got the bulk of the commuter car fleet, MU fleet, is built in the mid-70s. You've got Broad Street subway cars, which are also approaching 40 years of age. You got B&W cars, which are about to turn 25. You want to build a line to King of Prussia. I mean, how do you get there from here? Not only that,
sense of humor like you have.
Not only that, if they ever get this trolley thing going, it's going to take probably the better part of 2 years just to get the specification written and to go through the bidding cycle to actually get a car builder. Then you're going to have 24 months for the first car, which is typical. And then you've got another probably 24 months for delivering these cars. So the Kawasaki's are all going to be running 50 years by the time this gets anywhere. You had to be seriously into this project 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And we haven't even got to stage one. So
Yeah.
Turn the TV on.
Yeah.
Hi, Laurie.
Hey.
Oh, if they had been in it 5 years ago, they probably could have bought the land.
Well, yes, they could have had it.
Yeah, before Amazon decided that it was very important to deliver junk.
They fiddled around and didn't get any solid commitment, and somebody else got to the head of the line. Not very good project management, I'd say. But hard to say where all this is going to end up. The Silver Line of 4s, they're going to what, run 60 years by the time they get those renewed? I mean, come on, guys.
Might not need them anyway.
Anyway. So like somebody once said about mentally disabled people, they're fun to watch. It's not a very nice thing to say, but when you're watching SEPTA, that's really what it comes down to.
Is Gary still around?
Pension.
Gary Ryan's still around?
Don't know.
Yeah, he comes to the meets, and he comes occasionally. I mean, no one's gone anywhere.
Right.
And Bob talks to him.
I haven't seen him on any of these Zoom meetings.
Who are you talking about?
Gary
Rain.
Rain, yeah.
Rain.
He kind of dropped off of here a while back, and he got into doing different things, and he got himself a 3D printer. So his current project now is working on a bullet, or not. What's it? That goes to a point in the front.
Yeah.
Not a bullet car, but a
Wind splitter?
Yeah, wind splitter. Yeah.
The key motor car, probably.
So he'll be at the meet, he says, because he's got modules to pedal. And maybe he'll be pedaling his wind splitter.
Well, anyway, it's nice to
Based on
see
a
everybody.
3D printer in terms of a company. 3D company? Shapeway's a good company.
Is it? Yeah, but it's
I've
expensive.
had good luck with them.
For traction models, the best quality 3D prints is Joe Spinella in Australia.
Oh,
I mean, his what he puts out is head and shoulders over what Shapeway does.
you
Yeah,
have
Rich.
contact information for him? You have contact information for Joe?
You can find it on the East Penn website. Let me see if I can.
Anything new in Pittsburgh, George?
Everything. No, I don't even see anything in the newspaper, Russ. It's all like
Sometimes that's good.
the same old, same old. I don't see any two-car trains though. They're all running as single unit trains everywhere.
But they want to renew the fleet, right?
They want to what?
Renew the fleet.
I haven't heard much about that. I heard somebody who I don't even know said a vague rumor that they wanted to get rid of the library line because it's not rebuilt. But these are all rumors, and I don't know these people, and I don't know how reliable it is. But nothing's been put in a newspaper or on the news.
Yeah, well, I read somewhere that they want to start renewing the car fleet. That
Well, the question is, who's
replacing
going to
everything.
get the new cars first, SEPTA or Pittsburgh?
Excuse?
Who's going to get the new cars first, us or you? Because there's really no money.
Yeah, well,
We don't have the state support that Southeast Philadelphia has.
I think Scott Becker was telling me that he's read that they want to replace all the cars because they're all old and worn out, quote.
Well, they're old.
But actually, the original Siemens cars went through a complete rebuild.
They did. They did.
So they're not the original cars
They
anymore.
bought
So
the Italian
why?
fleet. They also rebuilt everything.
Yeah, so
20,
why would you?
25 years ago.
Right. So why do they need replacement?
I guess somebody needs to get contracts. Isn't this
Anyway,
what government is for?
Who
It'll be-
asked? Yeah, who asked about Joe Spinella?
Did.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. On the East Penn dealer site, it's listed under traction scale models.
Asking why the credits go so fast, but it's because I was teaching myself to do credits and I hadn't figured out to slow them down. But yeah,
Traction scale models.
Yes.
They'll do a good job with that. I'm gonna take a breather just a moment before we screen our last.
I've got the manufacturer dealer magazine directory.
Okay, go. Yeah, in manufacturer dealer. Okay, click that tab and then I'll say traction dealer and manufacturer listing.
Okay, all right.
And then go down, click that on, and then down there is traction scale models.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Michael.
Howdy.
All right.
So how'd your brew liner come out, Rich?
Okay.
Have you and Walter settled on a date yet when we're going to come out there, or how's that going to go?
I lobbed it into yours and Walter's court. Well, I'll be flexible. See what his schedule and yours look like. We don't have to decide tonight. We can spin on a dime on this one.
Okay. All right. There are a couple of issues we'll have to talk about in making that decision.
Okay.
Of course. You remember Walter wanted to film you making commentary while you watched the Westchester video.
Okay, we can do that.
And the question
You have to
is,
join the Screen Actors Guild Union to do this.
well, you'll get paid what you're worth and we can afford that.
Okay. I want double what I'm worth, 00.
But we have somehow that
Remember the
has,
thing, expect little and you're never disappointed.
Set low standards.
the only kind to have.
Yeah.
Does your brill liner roll as and rock and roll as much as the originals?
I could not build that into it.
Oh, okay.
But that's one of my enduring memories from when I was a little kid, you know. And the Red Arrow brill liners didn't do that.
Different truck.
Trucks, yeah.
The Atlantic City cars had an all rubber suspension. And if they didn't maintain the dampers, the cars would tend to bounce and roll quite a bit. And same thing is true with PCCs if you let them.
Rich, I'm not seeing the Joe's name on this list of dealers.
What'd you say?
Under the traction dealer and manufacturer list, didn't find.
No,
Joe's.
I say go to the name of it is Traction Scale Models at the bottom. It's alphabetical.
And
Scroll all the way down.
his webpage is not there. Can't be reached.
Oh, okay. I'll get some info. Send me an email and I'll get you contact information for them.
All right. You want to chat me your email?
Okay.
As far as your description of the brill liners goes, and I don't like to be hypercritical because it's still not perfectly determined, but Brill did bid on a PCC car to Philadelphia against St. Louis, and they lost that. And all the costs were basically the same, except the car body of Brill was a lot more expensive than the car body of St. Louis. And so I think from that standpoint, they decided they would go into building their own car body and then figure, well, might as well build their own trucks, and came up with the Brill liner as a competitor. But I think it all started when they tried to compete against St. Louis for supplying PCCs.
Yeah.
St. Louis underbid them.
Well, either way, the writing was on the wall, you know, if they couldn't sell here.
Well, but it was the car body that
Yeah.
was the higher priced element.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they priced it. They didn't want to buy into it apparently because they would have had to change their manufacturing procedures considerably. And that's what you had to do to compete with St. Louis. And they apparently decided not to do that, to try and build a competitive car. But they did bid on a PCC procurement and lost it. I gotta get this light on. It's getting dark.
Charlie, is Steve going to be here tonight?
I don't know.
Just somebody asked about Joe Spinelli's address. If you go to shapeways.com, then Australian_model_trams, you should be able to get on there.
Is it Shapeways? What was the rest of it?
It's shapeways.com.
Right.
And then it's got a little like forward arrow, Australian_model_trams. And it'll come up Traction Scale Models by Jay Spinelli.
Yeah, okay.
Wait a minute, we started this conversation saying he was an alternative to Shapeways. Now it sounds like the two are working together.
No. He was having his things printed by Shapeways, but he got his own printer.
Yeah, he's actually called a company called Redfern now.
Ah, I know where that is. It's a suburb
Okay.
near Sydney where the,
It's right, yeah, it's just in
Yeah.
Sydney,
yeah, where the original train station was.
right?
Yeah.
No, it does good. I've got a couple of his already, and I volunteer at the Sydney Tram Museum, and Joe shows up occasionally, so.
I got the Baltimore Semi and the Brisbane Phoenix car shells from him.
Crickets.
No, that's my keyboard sometimes clicks when something.
All right.
Tom, if Steve doesn't come, I guess you inherit the flaming jockstrap or whatever. Yeah.
What about the vice president?
That's Tom.
Minutes.
Yeah.
In 2 minutes, we'll start.
You here?
Continue on with
The BS.
yes, the chatter. This is my favorite part of the meeting. I hear all the rumors and innuendos and things like that.
Bruce Penny, how you doing?
Who are we missing?
So, Charles, how many people do we have on?
We have
26.
26.
Oh. Every time I set up my Zoom, it comes up like a different way. So sometimes I see everybody, sometimes I only see one person. But
We
we're
have
about
to
to
go
start-
in the upper right where it says view.
Yeah.
And that, I think, determines how many people you see, whether
Yeah.
you see just the speaker or whether you see the Hollywood Squares type of thing there.
It's more like the Muppets than me. Actually, yeah, somebody at work, one of our Zoom meetings, he's one of our IT people. He was able to download some application where you could take the view, like where you have like everybody, and it puts them in a Muppet seat, or it can put them in a theater seat. It's really neat the way it's done. It just takes the head, it takes your whole background away, and just put your head in front of a theater seat or like a Muppet seat or a bar. That's the other one too. It puts you behind a bar too. So
They don't put you on a toilet seat?
Tax relief.
It's a pretty shitty statement there, but I'll leave that go. I have Steve trying to get on. I texted him. He said he's looking for the link. Charles, can you email him the link? Yeah. So much for Charles.
The problem I have is I don't have email on this computer that has the camera for Zoom. I have to go to the other room to check.
Oh, wait,
email
I'll
to do
I'll
email.
send it to him.
Yeah, it's in the newsletter.
Right, yeah.
And he's our IT guy, isn't he? Him
Yeah.
and Mike Janad.
Hey, Russ.
He said he has it, so hopefully we'll be hearing from him soon.
Hey, Russ.
Yeah.
Did you get the notice about 2332 tomorrow, 32 today?
About what?
2332.
What about it?
There's a posting it just got from Bill Monahan. It got its PUC inspection today. Made a deadhead from Woodland to Elmwood to get its sticker.
Oh, really?
So it's a picture of it sitting at Elmwood. The roll sign says,
Yeah.
PCC guys.
Ha.
Yes.
Yeah, I know it. I know who the guy is.
Yeah, he's been posting a lot. The question I had for him is, okay, what are they going to do with it now?
That's what they're saying. It's going to rust sitting outside.
That's me saying that. That was me saying that.
Huh?
That was me that asked that question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
George, how are the Boston rebuilds going along?
Well, there was a big Channel 10 story about that about a month ago, that the union is basically choking it off. And
Meaning?
I got some documentation from the original PCC rebuild project. The same thing happened in the 1970s and early 80s. That's how come they had keep cutting down the number of cars they were going to do, and the cost kept going up. So the media is trying to kind of push them, and the MBTA is trying to push them, and there's no effort to stop it, but the T has to show some guts, shall we, against the union trades.
Ah, okay. Well,
All right.
is this just a question? Is this just a question of managing the cost of the work, like Pittsburgh, where things got totally out of control?
They got no choice if they want to keep it running. Actually, we're talking about a car house. Today, they started discussing alternative locations for a car house for Mattapan.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt.
No, that's a good idea, because there's really no easy way to do the current site. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why don't they put the tracks? Why don't they put the tracks back on Blue Hill Avenue and run it all the way to Eggleston?
There you
They're
go.
not gonna start another route. But they're going to have 9 Type 9s, whether they want them or not. They're going to be coming there, and they're going to have to be able to take care of them.
Where at?
Mattapan's going to have 9 Type 9s coming to them in time, whether they want them or not. They got to learn how to take care of them. Good luck, huh? You thought SEPTA was funny, huh?
No, Boston's in the running. It's just a question of which one is goofier on which day. I worked in Boston on some stuff too, so I've seen the inside of that years ago. Like the time we were running tests on the old original St. Louis Blue Line cars, and we were out there at midnight there was a talk about, instead of buying a new series of cars, to overhaul and speed up the original St. Louis out on the Blue Line. And we'd go out at midnight and the motors weren't getting any field shunts. Now we did this, I think, 3 times, and each time the guys in the shop checked it all out and it still didn't work. But in the end, they found out that the actual cabling to the field shunts had never been connected.
I bet.
All the contactors worked, but they weren't connecting anything because nobody had ever tied the cables on at the other end. It took us about 3 nights so I've seen Boston, believe me.
Sounds like the guy who wired my house.
Hey guys, it's a little bit past 8 and we want to get started. We got a good presentation tonight. My name's Steve Smith. This is our June Zoom meeting for East Penn Traction Club. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Everybody's got their shots or getting their shots and still keeping safe with COVID still around. So hopefully everybody's still staying vigilant, and we can meet up hopefully this October at our meet. Charlie, how we doing financially?
Good. Let me share my screen. I have a little presentation to do here, I think.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Lovely.
It's like,
Now my presentation isn't coming up. Or maybe it is, it's maybe just slow.
There.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty of stuff loading. Maybe that's tying everything up.
Yeah, I got too much stuff. Maybe clicked it too many times. Okay.
Okay, I didn't want to say.
Hit the lower right full screen thing, Charlie.
Yeah. That's full screen. Sure.
Down there, just to the left of the 66%. Yeah.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Get his financial statement up.
Okay. Cash, we have $224.67. We have $3,499.68 in checking account, $18,928.60 in the money market account, and $288.71 in the PayPal account, for a total of $22,941.66. Our income for the past year, we had dues and miscellaneous income, bank interest, significant calendar sales, and we have some preliminary meat income. So our total income of $9,711.13. Our expenses were for newsletter printing and postage, internet service, bank and PayPal service charges, miscellaneous expenses, the 2021 calendar production, the calendar mailing costs, insurance, meeting expense, primarily the monthly cost for Zoom, and our preliminary meet expenses so far. So basically, our overall income exceed expenses by $2,375.86. And we haven't gotten a bill yet for the deposit for the meat. So that may, eat into that. And the calendars did provide a surplus of $1,894.61. And no. And we are in the process of sending out flyers for the meet. Approximately 100 dealer letters were sent out the domestically. We have a mailing list of approximately 900 registrants to prior meets. 500 have been sent out domestically. Remaining should go out within a week. We may send emails to outside the US. Currently, we have 18 registrations and 20 dealer tables. So I think things are proceeding.
Where are you?
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good, Charlie.
Yeah.
Update on the meet. I did talk to the Agriplex and we're cleared for now for 100% capacity in the venue. So that means we're probably going to have the same setup we had last year with the same vendor setup in aisles and also the same space we had for layouts. And I'm not sure where we are with the clinics yet, but we're working on that.
We're going to do the blue light specials.
Yeah, the blue light special with the rolling cart rolling around. So hopefully we'll have no space for that. Let's see. I think we're also working. I know some venues are opening up this summer. I know. I think the Greenberg show is happening sometime. I think in was it July, August, and we're going to see if we're going to attend that show. And I think the Timonium show is not scheduled yet, but it may clash with our venue. It's pretty much, they said it's going to be the first or second week of October. We're going to reach out to them to see if we can get them to move their venue. If not, they're just going to have to be in competition. But, you know, hopefully things go well and we're able to proceed with our venue in October.
Steve, the Greenberg show is Friday, August 20th through Saturday, August 21st, just a 2-day show at Oaks,
Right.
according to the website.
That's great. All right. And said the Timonium is not concrete yet when that's going to be, but they did say like either the first, second week of October. So we're finalizing things for the meet, getting things together. Hopefully it's going to be a good meet. It's our 25th annual meet, so got to make it special. It's definitely an oddity with COVID pushing it off to October. So hopefully things go well. Any new guests today? We got the same crew here. New guests? No. All right, let's talk prototype.
What did you ask, Steve?
Huh?
What did you ask?
Oh, any new guests?
Yes.
Oh, we have lots of guests. Yeah.
New guests.
Oh, yeah. Bruce Benty, Jack May, they're new guests.
Bruce Moffitt. Any other new guests?
No, Bruce Benty.
Bruce Benty. Oh, there he is. I guess he's on mute. Welcome, Bruce. Any other guests?
Jack May.
Welcome, Jack. I did get a chance to send out invites on social media for the meet. So I did get a lot of responses back, that Facebook social media, for people who were interested. I think maybe we did reach a lot of people out there. So maybe that will get us some new people coming to the meet. We'll see.
Steve, John Gallagher,
Hey.
have you considered putting advertisements in the magazines, either advertisements or, you know, where they have coming events and train shows and stuff like that, we've done that in the past, and if you're interested, contact me offline here.
Sure, John. I know maybe Model Railroad Craftsman, Model Railroader is pretty expensive, but I think some of the other ones are pretty doable.
But I think the thing, which is just like an announcement, is free.
Is it?
Yeah. O-scale planes, I think we can get that into there too.
Yeah, and I contacted that e-magazine and they said they'd get back to me. I haven't heard from them. I'm gonna have to nudge them again.
Yeah. John V is the guy that was always in charge of this advertising. Just waiting for him to step up like he just did.
No, I tripped.
So thanks, John. All right.
Yeah, and Adam has it set up on the East Penn website so people can get on there and register through PayPal.
Right.
So that works, and I've had, a few have done that. So the PayPal links are active.
Get mine?
Yes, got yours today.
Yeah, PayPal just worked beautifully.
Mine worked so well, I got a rebate.
Yeah. Yeah, well, see, luckily, Tom did us a favor and did it early on, and I didn't realize I had it set up from the last time. So it was back up to the regular price of $25. And it actually said, when I got the thing, it actually said 2019. So I had to go into PayPal and change it. So it said 2021 and bring it back to the discounted rate.
So Tom can go to the 2019 meet.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions about the meet? All right. How about any prototype news?
I think we hashed that all out in the last 45 minutes.
Oh, did anybody mention the real estate deal with SEPTA got muscled out of by
We talked it to death.
yeah. A lot of people upset about that, but yeah.
Day late and $1 short.
Well, they didn't have enough money. I mean, money talks, right? Okay. Any modeling news?
Did we do modeling before?
No.
No. Okay, so this is the hottest item worldwide in O-scale models.
D6.
Yes, it was put up for sale, and in one day they were gone. They're made in Russia, laser scanned, complete interior. Pretty cool.
And that's actual O-scale, right? It's not.
Yeah, well, they're 1/43rd, so
Okay.
they're going to be a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
But still, it's another one of the models that they brought out. I guess this is what their 1, 2, 3, 4th or 5th prototype that they've put out. And then they'll start issuing them in more and more colors. In fact, a second one was just issued, which is instead of cream and red, it's yellow and red.
Did the one in New Orleans get repainted from the green and red?
I'm sorry.
Did the one that went to New Orleans, did that get its color changed?
Oh, I don't know. Did a T6 go to New Orleans?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
When was
Back
that?
over it's in Germany now, but yeah, it ran in New Orleans. And that's another story in itself. But I was wondering if they ever repainted it with New Orleans colors, so you'd have that option.
There you go. Buy one, strip one.
Somebody's got pictures of it. I mean, it was not clandestine in any way.
I'll have to look that up.
Any other modeling news?
Ed, is Q Car still in business?
They are. I just was speaking with him and he says he has a new motor supplier. He has new motors.
Yeah.
And they will start production of trucks again once he gets the motor order. His original motor supplier went out of business. And before the guy went out of business, instead of getting X number of years supply, he multiplied it by 4 and blew through that in like 10% of the time because truck orders have boomed up so much. As a result, he ran out of motors. So he's been testing motors. He says, I have boxes full of motors that people have sent to me. And he now has a motor design and he's waiting for the final deal. And once they agree, he says like 30 days later, he'll have 10,000, 20,000 motors.
And Quentin is registered for the meet. You'll be at our meet.
Good. Yeah. He's not, there's only so much he can do right now without having motors. So he's producing what he can. He's sending me some parts. Mike Junod needed some parts. There'll be in that box. And, he's doing what he can.
Modeling news. Okay.
Here, I'll just ask one question. Anybody buy stuff from the auction? I know Doug did, I know I did, but that's about it.
There's a bunch of stuff that just got listed on eBay. Is that from that auction?
Yeah, that's from that eBay seller in Kentucky. He went and bought, I believe, quite a lot of stuff. I mean, there was a lot of stuff there. It was like, how much money do you want to spend? The total auction, I think, brought in
Close to $500,000.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, just under that. He made the auctioneer from the people who purchased, from the purchasers, collected about $80,000. There was a stiff 19% buyer's premium on that. And then I don't know what he got from the people who owned it. But there was a lot of money exchanged hands. Some cars went for a very high price. If it was painted and looked good, there were people just had to outbid everybody else. But
I
then
think the word is astronomical.
$1,200 for a painted Class B. $1,400, I think, for something else, a single model.
Out of Kentucky, right?
I mean, you can buy them and have them painted for a lot less than that, but people just had to have them right then and there. However, if you really look at all the other numbers, the prices really weren't that bad. But how much do you need? So I think it went to a lot of different people in a lot of different places. And if he had, although I think the prices in a lot of cases were high enough that they weren't, you couldn't buy it for resale unless he found somebody crazy enough to pay a phenomenal amount of money for something. The guy in Kentucky, he bid on big lots, big money. Still, I would like to know who bought the very last lot, which looked like a shopping cart full of stuff. And I think it went for over $3,000. And I couldn't even see $50 worth of stuff in there that was worth buying. Somebody, it could have been somebody there, that knew what was really in that cart. So anyway, just curious about who might purchased anything.
I bid, but didn't win anything.
There were a lot of nice models. I mean, he had nice things. But I mean, it was a person who literally had all this stuff and it was in boxes in his house and he had nothing on display. I mean, you were down in Florida. You knew him, didn't you? Rich, you knew him in Florida, didn't you?
I'm
Me?
not sure.
Yeah,
I
I thought
didn't
I
hear
saw
anything
you in a
like that.
photo at one of the meets down there. Maybe not.
All those old
I
guys
don't
down there
know.
look alike.
I know Howie Stevens sent me the note about it, but heck, he gets notes from everywhere, so that doesn't mean anything.
Yep, understand. Anyway, I'm done.
Still off.
I've been bidding on stuff, but I've been getting outbid, so. Plenty of stuff out there, though. It's crazy.
Ed,
Yeah.
weren't there a lot of duplicates if you went through all 500 lots?
Were there duplicate lots? Yes. Were there duplicate models? I mean, one lot was what, 30 North Shore ND car kits? Another one was 20 ND North Shore kits. He was a North Shore fan. So he said, I wanted every North Shore car. So he had literally cases that were never open of brass models of North Shore cars. He would probably open them when he was going to go get them painted, if he could find somebody to paint them. And he did have some nice stuff. I mean, he had Waterloo cars, both in the original dark green and in the orange. He had CD&M Redbirds. He had an IT cars. He had some custom built models by Ed Miller of Current Line Models. He had a lot of nice things. But then again, there were still a lot of stuff that were in boxes that were never opened.
There are 4 electroliners.
Yeah,
As
2
separate
Current
lots?
Line, 2 excuse me, 2 Car Works, 2 Third Rail Division, and 2 Liberty Liners. Yeah, so he went out and bought. I was surprised all the railroad stuff he had. He had some even Jerry White custom built steam engines. Wow, you know, you get your hands on some of those, and they sold. I mean, you know, everything was going to sell. But I don't necessarily think it was something that, like, one person made a comment, it's all going to show up at the East Penn meet or on eBay. The inexpensive lots that ended up with lower dollar prices were picked up by that guy in Kentucky. And I bet you'll see a lot of the stuff there. And so now you can buy, instead of 6 cars, you could buy maybe the one that you wanted. And that's what's happening out on eBay. I don't know about anything else. I mean, there were lots of 20 power trucks, lots of 60 power trucks. There was a lot of stuff there, and they put them all in big lots. So, you know, if you were gonna buy, you know, you had to be willing to spend money. I looked at the stuff that got up to a certain number, or I said, boy, that would be nice. I could have a second one. Nah, not worth chasing it with money. Gave up on most everything. I did get some nice things, but I gave up on a lot of stuff. It wasn't worth chasing. Anyway.
Yeah, we suggest we get on with the program
You're here.
before Russ falls asleep.
All right.
And your description of all that on eBay reminds me of chasing slides. It's just impossible.
Yeah, I love the who was it? Bill Volkmer used to post some things about slides that would end up at for $300, $400, $500.
$500. I've seen $500. Yes.
Yeah. Woof.
Wow. You know,
why?
Well, I don't know. Some people have a lot of money, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm retired. I'm on a Port Authority salary. I don't have that kind of money. I do have a wife that expects me to pay part of the house expenses in this paltry pension. So who doesn't like slides at any price?
All right. Okay, Russ, are you ready?
Yeah, we can go to share screen, I guess.
Yeah, let's see. I think you should be able to share now, Russ.
Well, let me, there we go. If we're ready, let me try and see if we can get this thing sharing screen all right. What do I want to share, it says. Screen. Share.
Ah, shit. Ooh.
Says I'm screen sharing, but I'm not. New share, let me try that.
Yeah, we see your screen.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
I
see a
don't see
screen
it,
that says
but I
Zoom.
don't see it. Why don't I see it?
Yeah, we see you. We see
Click
your
on the
desktop.
program.
We should also all mute and turn off our video.
Yeah, we should do that.
I'm seeing somebody's desktop,
Hopefully that's Russ.
you know, and you
Well,
guys are over on
hold
the.
on.
Click on the presentation, right?
Well,
Yeah, but I don't see my screen in front of me. Oh, wait a second. All right, hold on. It says I'm screen sharing. Let me try a new share here.
yeah.
Okay, I guess that's my screen, right?
Yeah, it wants me to join a Zoom meeting and I see all your background stuff.
Russ, it says Russ J and RJ programs in the lower left.
Yeah, I don't see that. Well, yeah, lower left. Okay, let's see how that
I
goes.
see all you guys here on the right hand side, but no program.
There we go.
Ah.
But do you see this?
Yeah. I see what you want to click on.
I see 6 slides.
Double click it.
Do you see 6 across the top?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. Let me see if this thing will run, and then we can stop and talk for a second. Okay. Let me get this up full screen. Full screen. Well, that's reasonable. Let me get the video out of here. All right. Okay, so I'm doing the talking. So does everybody see this symbol?
Oh. No symbol.
Well, it looks like blue jean background, blue jean.
This is Dick Freeze. I see something that says recording.
There it is.
It's there. Just make it full size.
So do we have?
Yes.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yes.
Looks good.
Okay.
Looks good.
For me, it looks good. Yeah.
Okay, what you're in for, I threw this together fairly quickly because there wasn't a lot of time and there's a lot to do in spring between house and whatnot. So there's a little bit of redundancy in some of the locations, but basically I was over in 2016 to Prague because I wanted to get there while there were still hundreds of PCCs running. The Tatra PCCs were all built in Prague, the plant in Prague. So you'll get some interesting views of the city in all of this, but the whole basis of what I did was I wanted to get there and take pictures of PCCs before they because they're disappearing gradually. And I guess at this point, they're probably down to 200 or 300 of them, and they're getting new Arctics in to replace them. The one interesting thing about Tatra PCCs is that they're noisy. They have gear noise which American ones don't have, and you'll occasionally hear that. And as far as I can tell, the real reason for that is they want to stick with the same ratio in the hypoid drive, and they've got another set of gears which are helical type, and you can play with those to get cars that operate at different speeds. So if you're going to pull trailers, you can have a PCC that's geared lower to pull a trailer, and that results all the Tatra cars have a gear wind that American cars don't have unless they're under maintained. The other thing is that by 2016, almost every PCC running in Prague had been converted over to chopper. So you only occasionally would hear the pop of a line switch. And by this time, actually, there are no longer any of the original mechanical controls running. It's all chopper equipment. And the cars have been shopped and upgraded, and all sorts of things been done to them. And the 8-axle cars, Prague is actually collecting them. Not that many were built. Double articulates, 8 axles. What Prague does is they buy them from somebody who's retiring them, and they build a low floor center section for the middle piece. And they seem to like that because they seem to be running more of the KT8s every year, as they can get them from other properties. Now, the system is complex, and the map wouldn't help a whole lot. I'll try to see what I can do about it. I won't try to explain it to you, except that the way they set the system up, almost every time two lines intersect or join, you'll have a complete double track Y, so you can go, every car can go in every direction, and that's, you'll see very few simple junctions. And that makes for a lot of interesting operation. The system has one grand union, but it's, as you'll see, it's mostly on private right-of-way, and it's really busy. We'll get to that eventually. So unless somebody has a question, we'll just go right down into this thing. And I may stop occasionally just where I think it's worthwhile. Let's see if it'll play. There we go. Just an overview of what Prague is about. It's right on a river, and you've got hills in all directions, which makes it more interesting than a lot of European cities. The teeth, am I being heard? That's the first thing I need to know.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The T3 was the most widely built streetcar ever. Tatra cranked out 14,000 of these things. There's still loads of them running in places like Russian cities, down along the Crimean coast. KT8s, the 8-axle cars, they only built a couple of hundred. And these things over here are what they're buying now, these Skoda cars, which are very interesting. And for most of the shots, I took out, every time I had one of these, I took it out so that you're not going to see many of those as much as there really were, because I was trying to focus on the PCCs. Okay, there we go. There's the model types. Now this is an interesting car. The T3 design has been modified to put all the electronic stuff up on the roof and turn the middle of the car between the trucks into a low floor section. And that's something that you see a lot of, and they're building these fairly regularly for places where they don't want to really run a huge articulated car, and at the same time gain ADA compatibility. This would be an interesting thing to think about for Philadelphia. Now, Prague was never bombed, so all the original architecture of the city is in place, and it's a really remarkable place to go. Low floor cars.
Yeah, those low floor cars are always paired with a trailer that's not.
Depends. There are T6s. This is the Vltava River. Red PCCs running along a river. That reminds you of?
Russ, did you notice the track work here on the left-hand side from the bridge into that intersection?
Yeah, well, every time they connect, they have a complete Y.
Okay, but my point is that the points, like where that car is turning right, the points for the turn to the left are 2 car lengths back from where you would think the points should be. There's a point.
Yeah, that's common in Europe. That's been done in a lot of cities.
Yeah, I've seen it in Polish videos. I've seen it in a variety too. Is that just to avoid having cars going through points once they're entering into the intersection?
Depends on how they want to set it up, but I was waiting for a collision of tourist boats, but I didn't see any. But it's a real tourist town and all these boats are carrying tourists. And this is in September. But those deferred point arrangements are widely used so that when light turns green, you're ready to go. So you can go through the points, get right down to the intersection. Light turns green, you go. Not fiddling around, switching anything.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
See a car in a distance. Cars come off the bridge down this clover leaf onto the river. Barely see him. Here he comes. I think you'll also, what you're going to see is a fairly snappy operation. Line of tourist buses there blocking the shot. Now, the reason this thing is a bit jittery is because it's a low res copy of the original, so that we don't have problems transmitting it over the work. Basically, these pictures are all taken in the order in which I took them. I have the time to change everything around graphically, so it'll go from place to place on the system. That's the Opera House over there. Bridge is off to the left. Up on the hill is the castle and the cathedral. The latest order of these things, about 150 of them, fully air conditioned. And it was very nice to get on one of those to get to the next place we wanted to go to. They will eventually replace all the PCCs. This is 2016. I think they've got more of those on order. Not sure which concert hall that is. I'm not an expert on the city itself. I know that's the Opera House. Borjak Opera House. Interesting design, has a lot of doors. Don't have big dwell times. And the way, I haven't seen a picture of the truck, but it looks like every wheel has its own motor. They're built by Skoda.
Russ, what kind of fare system do they have there with all those doors?
You buy tickets. You don't they don't collect anything on board. And the hotel I was staying at, every morning you could go to the desk and buy a day ticket for the system. That's what all the tourists do. Most, if you're over a certain age, maybe 60 or 65, have a card for that, you don't have to pay any fare at all. Free.
Do they have roving inspectors to make sure?
Never saw an inspector. Nope.
Never saw an inspector.
4 days, never saw an inspector. low floors. Change location. We're closer to the castle now. Another junction. Every line pretty much has at least 2 services. Only on outer extremities do you find lines with just 1 service. Basically, every street you see has got at least 2 services, sometimes 3. So you get a place like this, which probably has a metro station underneath it, get all this traffic taking people to and from the metro. Don't see people making full stops at every switch point. It's electronically controlled. Roll right through. In a lot of places, they have signals to let the operator, find the operator of where he's going to go.
You know, Russ, I'll have to agree, you know, as you look at this video, it looks like it's maybe choppy, or maybe are they really moving that fast? And they move that fast. They don't waste
Oh
any
yeah, the
time.
speed is okay. It's just that this is a low res copy, so it doesn't
But
look
my
as.
point is that they they don't waste any time. They
Oh,
go.
no, you
It's
can't.
a nice operation.
You will not see any car that doesn't have a lot of people. They move them by the thousand. See, the metro system is all in deep tunnel. And they've integrated the 3 metro lines with the street. There've been a few streetcar closures due to metro, not a whole lot. But everything is an integrated system. The time it takes you to get down into this deep tunnel metro station on an escalator, travel a short distance and come back up, you might as well take a streetcar. Will not see streetcars being held up much by traffic at all. Obviously, you'll see as we go through this that public transit owns the city. Just at every intersection like this, it's just always a parade. Now, the 3 doors are to minimize loading times. And the Kawasaki should have been built that way. I worked on a study early on where we recommended that to improve this trolley subway, that you add a door to the rear end of the PCCs, which can be done, but never got done, of course. All right, time to move on, I think, but the parade never stops. Not rush hour necessarily, might have been in the afternoon. Finally change location. They cross the river on 3 or 4 different bridges. But we'll bounce around the system as we go on. You'll see some other interesting stuff. They do a heck of a tourist business there. This is September, but there are people all over the place. Although these boats don't look all that full to me, but they were all out there. There's a paddle wheeler. And they have some nice grass covered track too. Now you notice there's no feeder cables. Must have underground feeders. What the traffic density is on the system, you have to have some feeder cables, probably underneath. And there's what you'll see very rarely, a bus. Occasional buses, but not much. There's a KT8 with a low floor center section. Some lines only warrant single cars. Now you'll be seeing these occasionally. Run a regular tour service. And one of these cars actually is part of a purchased walking tour. At the end of the walking tour, you get a streetcar ride. There's also a regular service that runs on schedule with a motor and trailer, as you'll see later. They have a whole car house just for the historical collection. I hate wrap jobs. A lot of safety islands. Basically, the streetcars own the streets and the automobiles are just guests. There you go.
Russ, are specific car types assigned to specific lines or do they mix it up?
Good question. Can't say I know the answer.
That's on the way up the hill to the castle.
Yeah, the road goes up. See the car on in the background. The line loops to go up the hill to the castle. In right of center, you can see the roadway continuing on up.
Yeah, it's a double switchback.
Well, go up and you make a right turn and come back up parallel the other way, upper level. Enough, you have all the greenery in the way. You can't see the cars going up. You can just see some of the structure. You can't see the cars for all the green. A number of routes go up the hill here past the castle. Notice the white lines so that basically you're on a reserve right of way, even though it's all paved. Like I say, the streetcars own the streets. Then you get into some of the real narrow streets. This is where it gets interesting. Now, if you look carefully to the upper right, you'll see a signal there on the side of the building telling you whether or not you're clear to go through on the gauntlet track. See a signal over on the right. And you, the horizontal lights mean stop. They like to paint their pantographs yellow, you'll notice. the other side of that underpass, you're in this old town square. Here's a regularly scheduled train. Another hot spot. Now we're up at the car house for the museum equipment. And we'll take a ride on one of these. That's Walter Keeble. They have a whole car house for the historic fleet. This was our train, I think. One before ours. One before ours.
Is that the original pantograph?
Hughes?
Is that the original pantograph?
No, not likely.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that these cars have to be equipped with all the electronics it takes to run over the system. Control the track switches and so else. $5, you get a ride for about an hour. It ends up, as you'll see later on, in a parkland. And if you want to come back to here, you give them $5 to get back here. Occasional bus. Phone is ringing.
Jim, you might want to mute.
Trying.
All right, now we're on our ride. All right, Now we'll bounce back to that. Okay. Everybody okay?
Still here?
Yeah.
All right, we're back to riding the four-wheelers. Going through the center city, more or less. Looks like there's a 3/4 Grand Union there. Mine truck. And this is down at the Parkland, an entertainment center here. A number of lines loop this Parkland adjacent to the entertainment center. Now these arctics on the left were bought some years earlier. They had some Italian designer to design the ends of them, and they really are weird. Probably 50 of them or something like that.
Russ, is that up on top of the hill by the castle?
No, we're down at the entertainment center. And there's a parkland here where a number of lines loop. Yeah, these are the weird looking ones they bought. The first low floors they bought were these weird looking ones some years back. You'll see, you'll get where these next pictures are all taken at this location. So you'll see where the entertainment center is on the right. That's a park in the background. Like I say, every connection is always a Y, a complete Y. Go in any direction. Burger Fest 2016. These Skodas the covers over the wheels on these Skodas rat like hell going through special work. I don't know if they've done anything about that yet. Here's a T6. Back downtown. Oh, no, this is still out at the oh, this is still at the entertainment area, I think. Now we're downtown. KT8s are double-ended, you'll notice. New Arctics are double-ended also. I think this one was a 3/4 Grand Union. And each his own. You'll notice these are not an MU coupler. It's a very simple Lincoln pin coupler. The electrical connections are done with a cable.
Did I see they're trying to unload those cars, sell them off?
I wouldn't be surprised. Are definitely not favorites of anybody. These little trailers, I bet you can feel every imperfection in the track riding in these. There's one little leaf spring at each axle. Well, we're somewhere else now. Low floor car. One of the bridges. Clatter, clatter, clatter.
Are those new cars, those new ones that just went by, are they air conditioned?
The latest group is, the first group was not, but the ones, the later 7300s, I think they are all air conditioned. That's what's going to replace the PCC fleet. But of course, this pandemic has probably put a pause in their, car replacement projects that they had planned. So I don't know what the makeup of the fleet is right now, but I'm pretty sure there's probably still hundreds of PCCs running here. Pandemic slowing every placement. I think at its peak, they had close to 1,000 PCCs on this system.
I'm amazed at the level of patronage.
Oh yeah, it's, I mean, if you're going around downtown here, that's the way you go. It is streetcar every few minutes. KT8. The new center, low floor center section that they built for it. Shadow of the two photographers at the bottom there. Self. That's got opening windows, I think. Not one of the air conditioned ones. As you'll see later, the town is just crawling with tourists. This is in September. So a lot of these people are just getting around their passes that they bought at the hotel. Shadows in the middle of Keeble and myself. About time to move on somewhere else. Enough here.
Do you have any photos of the coupe?
Of the what?
The blue and white sightseeing car.
No.
What year were you there?
No, the only sightseeing car I know of is the four-wheelers.
Yeah, no. What year are these photos?
16.
Okay, no, the coupe's later.
They
Sorry.
have, they have subsequently set up a Route 23 running 3 chopper PCCs on Route 23, and they just got 2 rebuilt T2 models to run on this line just for tourists. But that's after this. well after this.
Well, what they did is they took a basic Catra body, cut out the roof on the back half,
Oh, yeah.
and put glass over it, put a bar along the side, all white interior, white seats, and they have a crew, which is very similar to a flight crew in uniform, and you can rent that car.
Well, they do that kind of stuff over there. All right, time to move on to somewhere else. Okay. This line, did you ride this line to Barrendov? It's street running to the edge of, sort of the edge of the town, past the old Tatra plant where these cars were built. And then they built a line out to this suburb up on high ground. And as you'll see, money was no object. I mean, this is about as fancy as you can get for a light rail line. This is at the outer terminal up on the top of a ridge. In the distance is another ridge of new development, which has got a metro under it. This ridge is served by streetcars.
Russ, the center car and the great car, are they both the same model?
One is earlier than the other.
I was wondering with the paint scheme, that's why.
Yeah, I think the yellow is on the last order, which is air conditioned. I'd have to see the numbers. Over there on that ridge, the metro is underneath it, serving that development. This line is going to be extended. In fact, I understand they may have been working on it and then the virus hit, but see the more construction coming and it'll get extended. Here's a training car, training operators. I think there's 3 lines that actually terminate on this loop. Certainly distinctive. That might be chopper squeal that you're hearing. That's the choppers. No line switches anymore popping away on these PCC. Now this is looking out the back of an inbound car. Gives you an idea of what they've built out here.
I get it. Those arches are the line poles.
Yeah. Yep.
I thought they were architectural and then, wow, that's something else.
Oh, yeah, this line is something else.
That's a public footpath through there?
Well, it's an emergency path. Got to allow for that. You hear the chopper squealing.
Does anybody else have the sound?
Have a what?
I only hear you, Russ.
I have no idea. You hear me, everybody else ought to be able to hear me.
Yeah, but you're talking about sound from the video and I don't hear that.
Yeah, I hear Russ, but I don't hear any sounds from the video either.
The slider on the bottom for volume down there, it looks like it's always to the left.
The lower part of this line runs up, drops down on this huge viaduct, as you'll see.
Russ, I saw a speaker, it looked like a speaker at the bottom of your picture there. You can't see it right now. Right there. If you move that to the right, maybe we'll hear more of the noise from the movie.
It's plenty loud for me. Now it's too loud.
No, we're not hearing it here at all.
Yeah, okay, well.
We'll take your word for it.
Now we go out on this viaduct. Look at all the guardrails they put on this. What is it? That's a railroad viaduct down in the valley. And there's the new town up in the distance. We're coming down on this long viaduct. Where the new line begins. back downtown. There's another 3/4 Grand Union from the looks of it. I don't even see any traffic lights here, do you?
Is there any regular traffic there, or are those vehicles that we see just service vehicles, like, you know, dropping off packages at stores? Is this all?
Yeah, it looks to me like it's all pedestrianized.
Or transit only?
Yep. Probably a metro station underneath.
It might be like the center of London where you have to pay to get in with your car.
Could be. Can't say no. But there are cars around. That doesn't look like anything other than an ordinary car.
Russ, the second car in that 2-car unit that went by, is the first unit pulling it, and it's just a trailer that's coasting?
No, they both have pantographs up. The T6s have multiple unit couplers, so the T6 sets you'll see run on one pantograph because they carry the current through the coupler. But the T3s both have to have both pantographs up.
Yeah, the Tatras they do have trailers, and they had typical operating arrangements. It was like power car, power and trailer, 2 power cars, 2 power cars, and 1 trailer. And now we're typical configurations, not here because they don't have any trailers.
Nope.
I would love to see some of the towns that had the 2 powered cars and 1 trailer. Imagine that whole thing going down the street. I mean, look how long that is. Imagine with 3 cars.
Yeah, like Leipzig, I think, or Dresden. Leipzig, I think, had that 2 motors and a trailer.
Of the research I saw, I think the narrow gauge Tatras, which are, I forget what number that is, they give them a different number, but they're the ones that were running 2 powered and 1 trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the gauge doesn't mean anything. There's Kentucky Fried. I've been told that there are people at SEPTA who don't believe that you can have right angle crossings with pantographs. I'd be prepared to believe that, knowing the people I've met there. Here's a set of T6s. You see, they can run it with one pantograph. Of course, they have full multiple unit couplers, and they carry the traction power through the coupler. I forget which terminal this is at the outer end of one of these lines with several routes serving it. Outer edge of town. Out near the end of another line running up into the hills. Well, relatively new development. Seem to use a lot of T6s on this one. As you see, they can run with one pan up, and the second car is powered through the coupler.
Russ, what sort of fare collection are they using?
You have to have a pass. You buy it off the car. The operators don't do anything except run the cars, and there's only one operator.
Pass have an ID in it to allow the people on?
Use?
Does it pass, kind of like work like Metro here, where in DC, where you've got a basically a, a fare card type thing where, swipe the card across a magnetic reader or something?
Yeah, but I can't say I paid a whole lot of attention to that. There's so many of those things out there. I don't know which one they're using here. Pay all that much attention to it.
I was just wondering if they had a second, had to have another conductor on the second car.
No, 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 no. Only one man. Only one man.
It could be like the River Line where there is no, you just have to have a ticket and they have inspectors riding the cars to make sure that everybody has a ticket.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any of that here at all. There may be places where they might have an issue, but I wouldn't know that, and I certainly didn't see it. Don't see big loads in the cars here at the outer terminal. And it's off peak. Gotta have a McDonald's. That was our lunch break. And as you can see, all the tracks in first class shape. There are a few rough spots here and there, but basically it's all very well maintained. Now we're down by the river. One of the lines running across the river along it. Interesting church architecture there. See these flashing things hanging down off the wires? Wind around, and they're supposed to, I think, frighten off birds. Back downtown. Quarter to 2.
Did they ever have any industrial designers review those cars like the one that's leaving there? They just look like such a big fat blob going down the tracks. No style to them.
I don't know which one you meant, but
The modern articulated ones, they just look like they're like some, I don't know, there's no design, there's no curve, there's no
no,
pizzazz.
that's modern. That's modern. Anyway, this is a place where talk about streetcars coming out your ears. This is the junction.
Oh, geez.
And you can see everything coming through this Grand Union, which encompasses all of this. Then there's another junction over here, which I didn't get to. But this is the Grand Union, but it's all on private right-of-way, as you'll see. And the intensity has to be seen to be believed. Talking about these cars, John?
Yes, those ones. Yeah.
Well, that's modern.
There goes another set.
Yeah, modern.
I don't know. It may be form follows function and they may be perfect.
As you can see, this is a Grand Union. About 3/4 are used actually. And it's all on private track. And there's a subway station right to the left of this shot. So it's a big transfer point.
How's the traffic control done?
Well, you watch out, watch where you're going. They had one switch here that had crapped out, so everybody who came through had to get out with a switch iron. So you'll see some interesting switch iron work here. Then you dive down into this low town here on narrow street, headed for those places up on the hillside in the background. Notice they use rubber covers to protect the shaft brake actuators from dirt and water. Something septic, or how's that for knowing what you're doing? Low floor center section added to a KT8. All axles powered.
We're not hearing any sound. Is there a lot of squeal on the car?
Oh yes, all sorts of noise, and I don't know why that is because I've never had to play with that before.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, if you get the video, you get the sound. So I don't know, have any idea why not.
I think there may be two controls. Is there an audio control on your computer? And then there's an audio control that feeds out into Zoom. So one could be low and the other one could be high.
Well, see, normally, these are the ugliest of all. But we didn't run a test run before, so that's what happens is if you don't run a test run, advance, find out that something has to be set. But yeah, you hear all the typical PCC wheel noises. And I've looked at everything that's in front of me and I can't find anything that tells me that anything I can do. That low floor center section replaces the original. That's how they deal with that. I will see some switch iron action here.
I like where they keep the switch iron.
Yep, clever. Good idea.
Philadelphia, you just take that out of there and smack the driver with it when you get on, and he asks you for his fare.
Yeah. You know it's there.
Till that car comes and runs over it.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of restrictions they have, but you don't see much.
Ed, I thought that was you getting off there real fast.
Yeah, it looks like Ed.
Wait a minute. Did he slip that switch iron underneath the car in some kind of a holder, or did they leave it on the street?
No, it goes in a holder.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Lots of wheel squeal on that curve. That's a subway entrance, metro entrance. I'll bet that got fixed before the next morning.
Pretty utilitarian subway entrance.
Yeah. Anyway. I came over there to see PCCs and saw a lot of them, and that's what I came for. Those are PCCs too, these 8-axle cars, but they'll be around for quite a while yet. They seem to like those. Because they've been buying secondhand ones from other properties and then rebuilding them. One of the few places I've seen where they actually carry the main power through the coupler. And maybe one of the reasons they don't like them. Notice the cover at the bottom over the shaft brake actuator to keep dirt off it. Toronto did that also. Rather nice grade there. Now, change your scenery. Another longest viaduct.
And that's exclusively for streetcars.
There's there are two bridges, one for autos and one for streetcars.
Okay.
Yep. Auto traffic going by. Notice the weight tensioning for the overhead wire over on the left side. Got blocks of concrete keeping the wire tight.
Any stations on that bridge, Russ?
No. On the other side, it runs off onto a hillside private right-of-way, serving those, everything in the background gets served. Yeah, you can see the concrete tensioners wheel up top to keep the wire tight. Yeah, the hillside being gradually developed or had been. Cuts across this valley, and the railroad is down in the bottom of this valley. See the catenary towers for the railroad down below.
Oh, yeah.
One of the Skoda Arctics. Nice grade too. And
How many routes use that?
use? I'd have to go back to the map, 2 or 3. Probably about 3, if I remember correctly. Time to move on. Now we're out at a terminal loop. Tell you which one top of my head, but typical. Downtown for the change of scenery. See the figures at the top behind the 2 top windows. Don't ask me anything about the clock because I don't know how you read it or anything. This is the old town square. A few tourists in sight.
Phew.
Everybody waiting for the clock. 1 o'clock.
Yeah, eating their pretzel cone, ice cream cone while they're waiting.
Yes, yes. You can read that. Let me know. This you have to see to believe.
Talking about her?
Hughes? No private right of way here. Look at the mobs crossing up there. Okay, watch. This is interesting. There are statues of saints across this bridge. Once at very early time, it carried streetcars. That's a long time ago. We have statues of saints. And you don't hear the music, but I'm hearing. Here's the mob scene. There's the traffic light that controls everything. Next cycle of the light. Here's the training car showing up again.
The track work looks so deep in the pavement there, it's hard to see that there's track there. It's beautiful.
Notice the signals here, which reminds the operator of how he's lined up and which way he's going to go. The background here is the train sheds of the main railroad station.
You see more single cars on a Sunday, Russ?
Have no idea. This was mostly all done weekdays. I think some routes are always single cars and some routes are always sets. Except maybe the weekend or at night. They might all be singles. But if you're going to buy big artics like that, going to run them at night, they're going to be fairly empty. At least in Philly, I would think that would be true. There's the throat of the main station. Here's a train of four-wheel rail buses. They have quite a few of those over there. Four-wheeler rail, diesel rail buses. There's a three-car train of them.
So on the right, more of a commuter station, and on the left, more of a inner city.
Yeah, sort of like that. They have some private companies that run some services too. And the other thing, which I don't know if it's on this, it may be on this yet before we finish. There's another, they have their equivalent of suburban station. another station down in town, which is strictly for suburban trains. I don't know if it's on this part one or not. We'll find out. But it's a really neat operation. And the streetcars, of course, stopping outside of it. But it sort of fulfills what we get in Philly for suburban.
I remember seeing a streetcar running near the train station, or unless it's on the other side.
Well, yeah, and I'm trying to remember where this ends. There's an underpass under the railroad. Maybe it's the other side of the station building. There are PCCs, and I have shots there. But another one of the lines that runs on Grass Reservation. There's some feeder cables coming in right there. I'm trying to remember how I ended this part one. Thing's just about at the end. I don't remember how I ended it. Cameras. Out at the end. Yep.
I know how we'll end it, unmute and applaud.
Yeah. Everybody who's stuck it out for this thing deserves an award.
Thanks, Russ. Great presentation.
Very nice. Very nice presentation.
It could have used more editing, but I didn't have the time to do that. This was all thrown together in a little over a week with the time I had available. And it could use some more editing, take some more time out of it, but it is what it is.
Editing takes one heck of a lot of time.
Absolutely. You can spend hours just cleaning every little thing up.
Yes.
Cutting out scenes here. And I had about 4 hours and something of video from Prague. And I cut it into 2 pieces, and I took about 30 minutes out of this one. So, there was more to do, but only so many hours in a day. And I hope it was okay.
It was wonderful.
That was great.
It's a great,
Very good.
It's a great system, and you really get sort of a feel for it. I mean, I went there to take PCC car pictures because they're going to disappear, and I'm PCC buff. And so I took everything I could, and it was a great system to visit. I recommend it to anybody. Very professionally done.
Turn your screen share off, Russ, then we can see you.
How do I do that? Oh, well, let me get rid of this and stop share. There we go. Oh yeah, hello. Oh, there's still some people.
Yeah.
Sorry you didn't
15
hear.
diehards.
Sorry you didn't hear the sound. Normally, every time I should have pushed Rich on this. That my experience has been that you should do a preview to see that everything works right. If you didn't get all the sound and noise, somehow there's some way to do that. And
We have reason for an encore.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Or maybe we can do some hunting around on YouTube. I'm sure there's some prog stuff there. And
Well, I've got more prog stuff than you can shake a stick at because Kiva was shooting stuff and he gave me some of his stuff. So I've got a lot more than any human can live with. But I wanted to see the PCCs because they are slowly disappearing. The pandemic extended their life, but 5 years from now, they'll be down to maybe 100 cars. And the rest will all be these big Arctics.
Well, the other thing that's going to slow down the disposition of them is that other series of Arctics that they've been very dissatisfied with.
Yeah, they got to go. And I suspect that the four axle cars with the low floor center section, I think, are probably going to be the only non-Arctics that will be around for nighttime service and, you know, sparse travel service, if there is such a thing on that system. And those cars, I think, because those are being built as we speak all over, you know, in Europe, they're just cranking out those cars with the low floor center section. So it's basically a PCC car with a low floors between.
Yeah, I saw Warsaw and Moscow are getting those.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It gives you more flexibility because these monster Arctics are not very efficient with a traffic light.
Yeah.
Something SEPTA doesn't seem to think about, but don't get me started on that.
I've never been able to get you stopped on it.
Yeah. There's an argument that could be made that if you bought that type of car for Philadelphia with a low floor center section, you wouldn't have to you wouldn't have to shut down Elmwood, and you wouldn't have to shut down Woodland either. And you could use the existing facilities, which are worth umpteen $1 million, but you would, because the seating capacity of any low floor car is always lower than a high floor car. So you would need more cars if you want to maintain the same seats per hour on any line. You'd need more of those low floor types. And you'd have to have a bigger fleet, and whether that would still fit in Elmwood, I don't know. But on the other hand, a possible solution is you move one of the subway surface routes up to Callot Hill to join the 10 and the 15. And that's how you get the extra space if you're going to get the 4-axle cars with the drop center section. And one reason they need to go with the 80-foot cars, the reason they need a new yard is the linear feet of 80-foot cars, if you're going to they have enough seating so you can replace the Kawasaki's 1-for-1 with the 80-foot cars, but Elmwood can't hold 112 80-foot cars. Now you might be able to push a line up to Callot Hill to solve that problem, but that is a very complex issue as to which way you want to go on all of that. And there's a lot to be considered. I don't know what they're doing. And like I said, it looks to me like there's a bunch of people who don't understand all the nuances. But yeah, why not move one of the lines up to Callot Hill if you're going to get bigger cars? Yeah. You got 2 lines up there anyway.
Your problem is you're being rational.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, right. Well, you know, whether Mother Nature is going to make SEPTA become rational on that whole trolley project remains to be seen.
I mean, instead of building it in the swamp?
Yeah, right now I don't see a lot of rationality, but we'll see. You can, a lot of details you have to think about. For example, at the outer end of the 34, you've got a loop and you've got a passing track, right? If you've been out there.
Yeah.
And then you circle, swing out and go back in. Well, you can get a couple of Kawasaki's in there, so you can take a layover. And so when you go to 80-foot cars, they're not going to fit that layout very well. So then, you know, there's all sorts of fine details like that. You know, Derby, you'll never have a problem, but at 61st and Baltimore, and even down
Yaden
there,
will be fine too.
Huh?
Yaden will be fine.
Yaden will be okay, but the 36 down on that loop, I don't know how that's going to work with
Yeah.
80-foot
Yeah,
cars.
those are rather tight radius curves.
Well, that is another thing. Nobody has tighter curves than Philadelphia. So there is no car on the shelf anywhere that's going to go around Philadelphia curves.
No 80-foot cars on Mount Moriah Loop?
Well, that may not be the worst. That may be 40 feet, like the Delaware Avenue loop. It's a 40-foot loop. But you've got stuff like the turn in Derby where you go down to 33 feet to get around that corner to get into Derby Terminal, and you're down to 33-foot radius. And there are no cars on the market that will do that without some re-engineering. Even Toronto isn't that tight. I think Toronto required 40 foot, but not 33. So you'd have to re-engineer a Toronto car to work here too.
I have the blueprints for all of the loops. If anyone wants to look at them, that'll answer your curve questions.
Yeah.
And your siding lengths.
Yeah, well, you know, we'll see where it all winds up.
Russ, I'm going to
Congratulations for sticking it out, guys.
thank you for the program.
Thank you.
It was
Oh,
great.
I just love watching the PCCs in Prague. It's such a great system.
Russ, what was your original video? Is that high 8 or?
No, just ordinary 4x3 standard. Taken with my $150 Canon pocket camera.
Oh, yeah. I know just what you mean.
Yeah.
I've done that too.
Yeah, and it's a good little camera. It's 8 megapixels and it takes good stills, and you can just go like this to switch from movie to still. So if you want to take a still, you just swip the thing a little bit, take a still, and then swip it back to movie and go back to movies.
Oh, so it wasn't on tape, it was on like an SD card or so.
Oh yeah, no, it was all on a card.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this, it's much higher quality than what we showed here because this is, I purposely do a low resolution copy of the film or the video so that we don't run into any problems with bandwidth like CERA did when they did that Los Angeles presentation where the thing was all jerky because the upload capability of the sender was too low to handle that data rate. You know, this is not perfect, but it's, you know, it works. And we never seem to have, unless you guys say something, I assume everybody got a decent video out of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. For a small screen, it works, but you got to know what your upload capability is, where the thing is originating. And you read the stuff in the advertisements about how fast the internet is and blah, blah, blah. That's for downloading from the internet.
Yeah.
Uploading into the internet is a whole different matter. And there's a place on the web where they'll run a test for you and tell you what data rate you can upload to the internet.
Now what's your connection to the internet, Russ? Is that the Fios or Comcast?
I'm in Comcast.
Yeah. See, I think the Verizon Fios is pretty much equal up and down.
Well, it could be. It
Yeah.
could be. But you got to know what it is. And my upload.
See, but like the initial side, the DSL was basically a high bandwidth coming down, but it was a low bandwidth going up.
Oh, yeah, well, that's,
See, and I think the cable may sort of be that way. I don't know whether Comcast.
well, you know, I've been, the test says that I have a 5 megabit per second upload capability. So I set the videos at something below that
Yeah.
so that we never bump into the upper limits.
Yeah, see, I think when I do the test on the FiOS, it's like 50 megabit down, but also 50 megabit up.
Yeah, well, that's fine if you can do that.
Okay.
But we have to live with what I can
Yeah,
do.
right. Yeah.
So, it's passable. Anyway, anybody sensible should be going to bed. My wife's going to wonder where I disappeared to.
Here too. Yeah, well, thank you again, Russ. It was
Yes,
great.
thanks.
Thanks again.
Yeah, well, there'll be a part 2 someday. Well, I'm going to finish part 2 because I'll be visiting with Rich and he wants to see part 2. So but that's a couple weeks away. But maybe someday we can look at part 2. There are some other interesting parts of the system that are worth looking at. I'm trying to remember, like the suburban station shots downtown are all done on part 2, and where the cars really wind their way through some narrow streets. It's a very interesting system. And I like red PCC cars because I remember Pittsburgh so much.
Yeah.
Can't beat it. Good night, guys.
Good night, Russ. Thank you again.
Thanks for having us.
Nice
Good
summer.
night.
Have a nice summer, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.